Hi, how are you guys? Good. Have you guys been here before? What? Okay. From where? Oh, Phoenix. Oh, okay. So right now we're doing what's called pulling cane, C-A-N-E. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So these rods are called cane, and we use them to make stripes in other pieces of glass. So we melt them into another piece of glass, and each rod becomes a stripe. So you look up there, we have a little diagram. So we lay out our pattern of stripes of the cane. We take a hot bubble, roll it over, the canes stick to the surface, we put them in the fire and melt them in, and each rod will become a stripe. So instead of making each of these little canes individually, we stretch out one that's maybe 20 or 30 feet long and then chop it up. So these are called cane, and the process we're going to do is called pulling cane. So right now, over on the right, Courtney's preparing the glass. So let me just give you a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, you dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then you dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that bubble with the colored glass. So we're coating each piece individually with colored glass to make a colored object. We have a little video. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we're getting ready to pull cane to make the little skinny rods of glass. Carly in the jeans has a little disc of glass we call the post. Glass has an amazing ability to stretch. So this is called pulling cane. Once you stretch it as far as you can, you'll stop for a second, hold it up in the air. Once they feel that it's cooled and stiffened enough, we'll rest it on these wooden ladders to cool. So we'll let that cool, and then we'll cut it up into this size here, and we'll use these to make stripes in art sculptures. In the center bench, our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team will be making these goblets that you see over here. workbench on the left is Ethan Stern and Carly Uphoff. And they're going to be making cane, making stripes to be used later on. In the center bench, Ben Cobb, tall guy, will be making goblets like you see here. Any questions? Have you ever made beads here? Yeah. So we have two different things going on here today. We have Ethan Stern, an artist who's rented the facilities, and he's doing what's called pulling cane. We're making these long, skinny rods of glass, cutting them up into little pieces, and we're going to melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. In the center, we're making these goblets that you see on the pedestals. Each year here at the Museum of Glass, we have an annual fundraiser in September called the Red Hot Gala. And each year we design a drinking glass and a matching decanter, and we make a limited edition. We'll make 50 of these goblets, we'll make 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. So we have, could we put up some of the older Red Hot designs up on the big screen? So if you look up on there, you can see some of the designs from years past. When we make these goblets, we make them in parts. The first thing we're going to make are the bowls, the parts that you drink out of. As we make each bowl, we'll place it in this oven over here called the garage. That'll keep it warm. We'll make a couple of bowls in a row, and then we'll make a stem and a foot, and we'll pull out the bowl and stick it on top. Right now in the center, Ben is making one of the goblet bowls. He's going to take his tweezers and stretch the glass out at the top. It's always a little thick there. So we stretch it out and then trim some of it off. We go back to the action. Round ovens with the doors open are called the glory holes. The glory holes run on natural gas and forced air. We keep them at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no glass in the glory holes. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. If you think of the glass like wax, the hotter it gets, the softer it gets. The cooler it gets, the stiffer it gets. Now in the center, Ben and Cobb. opening up the top of the goblet bowl so you can drink out of it. You guys have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. One of our glass blowers was asked how often he gets burned, and his reply was, only on payday. That's when you get your money. There is no organized apprentice process here in the United States. There's no official, it's more like learning piano or learning a sport than it is like being a lawyer. There's a very strict process for being a lawyer, no such process for being a glass blower. And it varies quite a bit from person to person how quickly they learn. Well, these guys, each of these guys working now has at least 20 years experience blowing glass. They're extremely good at it. They're museum employees. And just by being good. Over on the right, Courtney is preparing more glass for pulling cane. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. We'll be here all day if you want to come back and check us out. So in the center, you can see they're making the bowl of another goblet. Nick, seated to the left of the workbench, he's the person that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Over here in the center, that's Carly Uphoff, and she's chopping up the cane, the rods of colored glass, into small sections, and we'll use those small sections to make stripes in other pieces of glass. decorative addition called an Avolio, Avolio. Sarah will come over with some molten glass, bring it to Ben. Ben will wind that on, shape it up a little. Sarah's going to come over with a second dollop of molten glass, and we'll make that into the Avolio. Can we put up goblet anatomy? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see the part you drink out of is called the bowl, and just below that is a little decorative spindle-shaped piece called the Avolio. And that's what we're making now. Thank you. Over on the far right, that's Courtney Branham, and he's preparing the glass for our cane pull. He's going to make a thick cylinder of glass. We're going to attach it to another piece of glass, and then we're going to stretch it and make a skinny rod, maybe 30 feet long. That rod will then get chopped up, and we'll use these little chop sections for our stripes. In the center, we're going to transfer the bowl from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So now in the center, Ben is thinning out the mouth of the goblet. We'll trim it off. So we're stretching out this rod of colored glass. When we feel that it's stretched as far as we can, we'll stop, hold it in the air for a minute, let it set up, and then we'll rest it gently on the wooden ladders to cool. So we'll cut up these long rods into small pencil-sized pieces, and we'll use these. These are called cane, C-A-N-E, and we melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. Say what? We melt these into other pieces of glass to make stripes. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So look at that picture up there. So we lay out a pattern of stripes on a plate, and then we roll the bubble over it, and the little rods of glass stick to the bubble, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes a stripe. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. We're make a big long one, chop it up, and then all these things will become stripes in stuff that we're going to make later. That's what we're doing. Yep. Why are what? These rods? Yes, these are. This is how we get our colored glass. We get it in the form of these bars. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow some clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of whatever color we want the object to be, and then we coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. What? They are making that, yep. That's what he's doing right now. The colors in glass come mostly from metals that are dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes glass blue, tin makes glass white, a little bit of gold makes glass a beautiful ruby red. So most of the colors come from melting metals into the glass when you first cook it up. Black is what we call kitchen sink color, because you put everything in there but the kitchen sink. So it's usually nickel, iron, manganese, and cobalt. So it's a mixture of a whole bunch of different metals, and it ends up looking black. Yep.
We're going to do it in just like 20 minutes or so. 30 minutes.
So in the center, Ben and Sarah are making the tops of these goblets, the bowls, the part you drink out of. As we finish each one, we'll place it in a little oven called the garage. That's this silver oven here with the curved side. That'll keep it warm. Then we'll make a stem and a foot, and we'll pull the bowl out and stick it on top. Usually we make several bowls in a row, and then we'll make an entire goblet. In the center, we're going to transfer the goblet bowl from the rod it was blown on, the blowpipe, to the second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold the bowl from the bottom while we shape the top. Now in the center, Ben's going to widen the opening on the goblet bowl so you can drink out of it. In the center here, Ethan Stern, our guest artist, is cutting up some of the cane. We're going to use these rods of colored glass called cane to make stripes in other pieces of glass. As we finish each bowl, we'll break it off the steel rod. We'll place it in the garage where it'll be kept warm until we're ready to use it. Yeah, the garage operates about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, those are 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, those are 2,100. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. Each time we heat up the glass in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft, and when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. So Nick, seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. The tool in Ben's hand is called the jacks. Now Sarah is going to bring some molten glass to Ben in the center. When we bring molten glass to a glass blower for an addition, we call it a bit. We say Sarah is bringing a bit to Ben. Now she's going to bring a second bit. And we're going to use that to make the little decorative connection called the avolio. That's this part right here underneath the bowl. Anybody have any questions? have two things going on here today. We have our resident team of glassblowers making these goblets for our annual fundraiser. We also have our guest artist, Ethan Stern, and he's doing some preparation, making these colored rods of glass called cane that he's going to use as stripes in his sculptures. He'll be making the sculptures tomorrow, so today will be almost all prep work. In the center, Ben is putting the finishing touches. Ben is the tall guy in the gray shirt. He's putting the finishing touches on the goblet bowl. I'm going to take it off that metal rod and place it in the garage, this silver oven here, until we're ready to assemble the goblet. Contest for kids. Yeah, you do a drawing. It's a contest once a month. We pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever you drew out of glass. We make two copies, one for you to keep, and one that stays at the museum. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials. Okay, cool. Nice. Cool. Making more stripes. So this is called pulling cane. The two ends are always really hot, so they'll stretch. And as it gets cooler and thinner, then that orange glow disappears, and you see the real color of the glass. Well, the people in the center are making these goblets right here. Well, we made the tops. We made 3 or 4 of these top pieces. So Nick, seated to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. The guy crouched down to the left. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while Ben, the man sitting at the bench, shapes. Anybody got any questions? Well, we're making a bunch of these bowls for the goblets. Yes. As we finish them, they go into this oven over here where we keep them warm until we're ready to assemble the goblets. Yep. Sarah's bringing over the bit, a little dollop of molten glass, to make the Avolio. The Avolio is this little kind of spindle-shaped piece that goes underneath the bowl. We put up some of Ethan's artwork up on the big screen. So the man working at the bench on the left is Ethan Stern. He's our guest artist this week. And these are some of his sculptures. And all these little stripes that we're making, these cane, those will become parts of his sculptures. He'll be making the actual sculptures tomorrow He's making the cane, the lines today. Ethan is a graduate of Alfred University in New York State. He currently lives and works in Los Angeles, and he has a studio together with his wife, who's also an artist, Amanda Stern, and they have a studio called Studio Melt. Hi, how are you guys? How are you? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Those are called cane. Those are called cane, C-A-N-E, and they're rods of colored glass, and we melt them into other pieces of glass to make stripes. Can we put up the picking up cane on a bubble? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. And so we lay out these rods of colored glass. We blow a bubble of clear glass. We roll it over. The little rods stick to the surface, and we melt them in, and each rod becomes one stripe in the final piece. So right now, we're in the process of making the cane, chopping it up to the right size, and a little later on, we'll actually use it. So right now, Ethan Stern, our guest artist, is sorting out the cane according to their thicknesses. When we use them together, we like to have each bunch all the same thickness. So can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So you see those ovens with the doors closed? There's two of them. Those are the glass furnaces. This is what they look like inside. So inside each of them is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass is like honey. It's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to get it out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, all the glass blows up like a balloon. So over on the far right, Ethan Stern, our guest artist, is blowing a bubble of clear glass. Over on the left, Courtney, the man with the long beard, is laying out a pattern of stripes of, we call them cane, just rods of colored glass. And we're going to pick up the stripes with Ethan's bubble. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble again? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we lay out our pattern of stripes, whatever it is. We roll the bubble of clear glass over it. The stripes stick to the bubble, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes one stripe. Ethan, over on the right, is making the bubble. The glass that he's working with is clear glass. All glass, no matter what color it is, when it's really hot, it looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that Ethan's working with there is all completely clear glass. It's just very hot right now, so it's glowing orange. left, they have the canes. The rods of colored glass lined up for our pattern. Over on the far right, Ethan Stern, is making the bubble to pick up those canes. In the center, Carly is cutting up the big long rods to make individual canes. Ethan Stern, the man working on the far right. He's going to be making sculptures tomorrow. And they're going to have these striped patterns on them. And today we're getting all the striping ready. In this kind of situation, you ask if we always start with clear. In a big factory, you might have separate furnaces with one with blue glass in and one with red glass. Here, we want to use all sorts of different colors at a moment's notice. So instead of having colored glass in the furnace, we coat each bubble with the color, and then we can make any color we want anytime we want. In a big factory where you're going to make 1,000 of the same thing, then you fill up a furnace with blue glass and you make 1,000 blue bowls. Ethan's going over. He's getting ready to pick up our cane, our stripes. Courtney's taking our pattern of glass rods and heating them up in the glory hole. We want to heat them up to the point where they all stick together. Hi. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? He's making these goblets. Oh, with him? No, not him. He's making a bubble to pick up our stripes. So Courtney over there has the pattern of stripes all laid out on that ceramic plate. And Ethan over here is going to take his bubble and pick up those stripes, and we'll have a striped bubble. What's he making? He's making a striped bubble that we're going to use for part of his sculpture. So he just added a bunch of glass to it. He's going over to Courtney. Courtney has the striped pattern. We're going to roll that bubble over the stripes. The stripes will stick to the surface. See as he rolls it up. And we'll melt all those in. Benj. How you doing? So now Ethan is melting those rods of colored glass into the surface where they'll become stripes. Could we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, this is called stuffing a color cup. It's a way of layering different colors. So we blow one hollow bubble into this kind of a bowl shape, then we blow a different bubble inside there, and then the two colors are layered. So we're making these striped cups, stuffed cups, and we're going to put another bubble inside for a different color. So one will become the background color, one will be the stripes on the surface. Does anybody have any questions? So Ethan is heating that up, bubble up, and we're melting in our stripes. As he rolls it against the table, he lets it drag a little bit, and that makes the stripes twist. So instead of going straight up and down when we melted them on, now they're twisted and they spiral around. He's making what's called a color cup. We're going to use it when we want to layer several colors or patterns. We put up the stuffing the color cup again. So you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we're gonna make a bubble that'll have several different layers of color, and one of them will be this bubble with the stripes. So we have Ethan working with Ethan Stern, Courtney Branham, and they're preparing these color cups, which each one is going to end up as a layer of color in one of Mr. Stern's sculptures. It is a broom. That's why it looks like a broom. It's a little whisk broom. When we coat the ceramic plate with a clay-rich mud to keep the glass from sticking to the plate. Sometimes a little bit of that clay dust gets on the glass, and we just brush it off. It's going to be a sculpture. It's going to be kind of a big, flattened sculpture, and the surface is going to be carved through to expose the different layers. I don't think we have a picture of exactly what it's going to be. But we're not going to make that till tomorrow. So now we're going to make a whole goblet. Ben, tall guy in the center, will make the stem and the foot, the bowls of the goblets we made earlier this morning. They're sitting in this oven here. We're going to pull one out and stick it on top. So we have sort of two different things going on here. We have Ethan Stern working on some preparatory work for his sculptures, making these striped bubbles. And then in the center, we have the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're making these goblets for our annual fundraiser. So two different projects entirely. This is called the garage. It's an oven, and it runs at about half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whenever we make stuff in parts, we put the parts in the garage, keep them warm. We're ready to use them. We'll pull them out, heat them up a little extra. So when we're making these goblets, the first thing we did this morning was make these bowls. They're sitting in the garage. Now we're going to make a stem and a foot, and we're going to pull a bowl out from the garage and stick it on top. Hardly at all. Hardly at all. It's a little bit cooler, not much. We We have two basic kinds of furnaces that do different things. We have our glass furnaces where we keep the reservoir of molten glass. We put up the glass furnace diagram. We put up the glass furnace diagram. So in each one is a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. Then we have the glory holes. Those are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So it's not about temperature. They're two different machines, and they do two different things. So right now, Ben is blowing a bubble for the stem of the goblet. The stem is going to be hollow. He's going to take that bubble and blow it into a special mold called the optic mold. The optic mold won't give us our final shape, but it'll give us a ridged texture. So the mold is just by his feet to the left. He'll heat that bubble up, drop it in the mold and blow, and when the bubble comes out, it'll have a rib texture. So here he goes into the mold. Now he's going to take that back to the workbench. He's going to heat it up so it's soft, and he's going to twist it. So the ridges, which were going straight up and down, are going to spiral around. Can we put up the optic mold drawing? So the optic mold is a cast metal mold with ridges on the inside. We drop the bubble in there and blow. We come out, the bubble has the rib texture. And for this design, we want the little ridges to spiral around, so we twist that bubble. Cast aluminum. Some of the older ones are bronze. So Ben is shaping the stem. He's making this part right here. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Yes. She's going to be she's making the second bubble that we're going to use to make the foot. This part that it sits on the table, that's the foot. Can we put up some of the kids' design stills up on the big screen? So if you look up on the big screen, you can see some of the sculptures that we made from the kids' drawings. So it doesn't cost anything. Just go to the table and do a drawing and enter the contest. The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. We just buy colored glass. There's companies that just make colored glass, and we just buy it from them. That's cool. Now we have the stem and the foot in the center with Ben Cobb, tall guy in the gray shirt. Nick, the man in the black shirt, is making a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod we're going to use to hold the stem and the foot while we place the goblet bowl on top. We'll stick the punty to the bottom of the goblet. Break the glass away from the original pipe. And now we're getting ready to add the bowl, the part that you drink out. So this assembly happens pretty fast. Ben in gray shirt, he'll sit down at the workbench with the stem and the foot. One of the other glass blowers will come over with a little bit of molten glass. We'll put a tiny dab of molten glass on top of the stem, followed very quickly by Sarah with the bowl. So Nick comes over with a little molten glass. Ben winds on a little dab, followed by Sarah with the bowl. And that little dab of molten glass called a glue bit will hold the two parts together. Now we're going to heat it up a couple more times. Just make sure everything's on there nice and straight. We made that earlier in the day, and we've been keeping them in the garage. So we have a number of bowls that are already in there that we made this morning. No, so we keep it there warm and on the low side, and just before we attach them, we bring the glass closer to the fire in this oven and warm it up some extra, and then we attach it. So over on this bench, we're doing an entirely different thing. It has nothing to do with the goblets. We're making these what we call color cups, and we're going to use them tomorrow to layer various different colors for Mr. Stern's sculptures. We'll place that in a annealing oven. We put up some of Mr. Stern's work up on the big screen. This is the work of our guest artist, Ethan Stern. He's originally from Seattle. Well, moved to Los Angeles, where he lives and works now. And he's rented our studio to make some commissions to recreate some of his past sculptures. He's doing the preparation today, and we'll make the sculptures tomorrow. over on the left, Courtney, man with a long beard, he's heating up that ceramic plate. And we're going to lay out the rods of colored glass, the cane, onto that color plate. And we're going to make a bubble with stripes. Each stripe is one rod of that colored glass. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we lay out our cane, the rods of colored glass, on a ceramic plate. You can see him doing that now. We take a bubble and we roll it over the canes. The canes stick to the bubble and we melt them in, and each rod will become one stripe in the final sculpture. So Nick is blowing as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes the goblet bowl. Oh, is he making? Oh, he's making another stem. Sorry. No, there's a guy named Chris up there in that little booth. Yeah, it's kind of like an NFL game. You sit in front of big computers and you can see all the views from all the different cameras. Most of the things that color glass are metals. Different metals give you different colors. If you take the raw ingredients of glass and you cook it up with cobalt, you get blue glass, chromium green glass, tin white glass, manganese purple glass. By day. Yes, usually, and the team. And the team, our resident team of glassblowers. Yes. You have to talk to Ben about that. I don't know what exactly charges, but it's doesn't happen unless you take a picture of it.
Nice to meet you and see you. Wow, that's so cool. We should exchange information or something. I mean, I'd love to have some pictures of them.
So in the center, Ben and Nick are making the stem for the goblet. So these goblets we're making are a special design for our annual fundraising dinner here at the museum. It's called the Red Hot Gala. It's September 21st. Each year we design a goblet and a matching decanter, and we make a limited edition, 50 of the goblets, 35 of the decanters, and we'll never make that design again. So this is a 2024 goblet that we're making today. We put up some of the older designs up on the big screen. So each year it's something different. We make a limited number, and then we'll never make that design again. So each year it's something completely different. And they're all designed by and made by our resident team of glassblowers. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, he's making we're putting on the second bubble for the foot. It's called a blown foot. It's a typical Venetian style foot. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much, not exactly, but pretty much in the Venetian style. Now Ben is going to spread that bubble out and open it up and make it into a foot. We'll hold a wooden paddle against the bottom to make sure it's nice and flat so it'll sit nicely on the table. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the stem and the foot from the bottom while we attach the bowl, the drinking part. Anybody got any questions? Over on the right, Nick in the black shirt and gray shorts. He's preparing the punty. He's going to bring it to Ben. Ben will attach it to the bottom of the goblet. They feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. On what? I haven't counted it. I'd say probably 20 minutes. We're not doing it all at once. We're doing it in, like we're making a bunch of the bowls, putting them in there, then making the stem and the foot and putting the bowl on. So we're not doing it like from beginning to end. No, well, I mean, they're making goblets on this side, and we're making some striped bowls on this side that Ethan's going to use in his sculptures. And this is two completely independent things. They have nothing to do with each other. Well, Ben and Sarah and Nick are full-time folks. Courtney, with the long beard, is a part-timer. And Ethan, our guest artist, is just here for a couple of days. Now we've assembled the goblet. Ben's going to make sure everything's on there nice and straight. We're going to torch the stem. The colored glass on the stem is what's called a reducing glass. If you hit it with a certain kind of flame, it brings the metallic pigments to the surface, and you get a little metallic sheen. Everything we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the goblet off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it will be cooled slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Nick Davis. You guys have any questions? He's making what's called stuffed cups. We're gonna later on, well, tomorrow we're gonna make a glass sculpture that's gonna have several layers of color, and we sort of make a bowl and drop another bubble inside with a different color, a different pattern. So we're just making they're called color cups or stuffed cups. Can we put up the stuffing the color cup drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. And we use this as a method of layering colors. So we blow one bubble inside the other, and then the two colors are layered. So we're just making the color cups, and we're not going to actually use them till tomorrow. So Ethan is preparing the bubble. He melted in the rods of colored glass, the cane, to make stripes. And now he's twisting it so the stripes go spiral around instead of going straight up and down. Now Ethan's going to cut off the bald spot. When we roll the stripes on the side, the end of the bubble is exposed. It doesn't have any stripes. So when we squeeze it down, it draws all the stripes into the center, and the design covers the entire object. So I think I made a mistake when I said Ethan is from Seattle. He lived in Seattle for almost 20 years, but he's originally from Ithaca, New York. And now he's living and working in Los Angeles. He has a studio together with his wife, Amanda Stern, and it's called Studio Melt. And it's in the Frogtown neighborhood of Los Angeles. I'm not actually familiar with where that is, but you can look it up, I suppose. So the pad that Ethan is using to shape the glass, that's just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. We put up the newspaper photo. Just regular, everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. So in the center, Ben, tall guy with gray shirt, is making the stem of one of these goblets. Anybody have any questions? Out to drop a bubble for the blown foot. We have the stem, it's pretty much complete. Sarah, over on the right, in the black shirt, is making the bubble for the foot. So this is the stem. That's what Ben's making. Sarah's making a bubble for the foot. Sarah's going to heat her bubble up so it's really good and hot and soft. She's going to hold it up in the air, and we'll let the bubble droop down onto the stem. We'll inflate it a little bit and cut it off in a teardrop shape. Drip a little water where we want the glass to break. Give it a tap, and off it comes. So all the folks on this bench on the far left, they're making these color cups, these kind of bowl-shaped items with the stripes on them. And they're going to become part of Ethan's sculptures, which he'll make tomorrow. In the center, we're making goblets for our annual fundraiser, the Red Hot Gala, which was coming right up here. It's going to be the 21st of September. It'll be here at the museum. We'll have a big dinner and an art auction, and all the funds will go to support the museum. We're a private nonprofit, so we don't get any city or government, state money, so we have to support ourselves. So this is one of the ways that we do it. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. So in the center, we're making these goblets that you see here. Can we put up stuffing a color cup again? So if you look up on the big screen, this is what we're going to do with all these color cups that we're making. We're going to blow another bubble inside them and to layer the different colors. This will give us a stripe pattern on the outside of the sculpture. The color cup has to be fairly cold, so it doesn't stretch or anything. And the bubble that goes inside is very hot. You drop it down to the bottom, then blow, and it fills the cup up. We'll place each of the color cups in our annealer. Yeah, we're going to use them tomorrow. Sarah will take our finished goblet to our annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Nick Davis, and Sarah Gilbert. I do. Would you like one or two?
Yeah. Cool. Oh, can I get a goblet one?
Yeah, please.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, dude.
I'd be proud to see them on your.
Yeah, I hoard stickers because cases are temporary. You know, so that one's like kind of falling apart. So I have like half the house. But I have another case that I'm thinking about pushing out for.
That reminds me of my mom.
Oh, that's so.
So over on the left, we have our pattern of stripes. The individual colored rods of glass are called cane, C-A-N-E. We're going to melt them into another bubble of clear glass, and we'll have a striped bubble. Anybody got any questions? Do you know about our contest for kids? Our contest for kids? Any kid 12 or under can do a drawing. Once a month, we'll pick one of the drawings, and we'll make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We'll make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home, and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you don't feel like drawing right now, grab one entry form for each kid, and you can do the drawing at home and mail it in. Could we play Kids Design Glass? We have a little video, show you what we've done with some of the kids in the past.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. It's totally amazing. And then especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
We have a two-ring circus going on here. The center workbench, we're making goblets. And on the workbench on the far left, we're making some striped color cups, they're called, which Mr. Stern, Ethan Stern, is going to use tomorrow to make his sculptures. Mr. Stern works in a what we would call cameo glass, where he blows sculptures that have several layers of colored glass, and then he carves back through them to make his design. In the center, we're going to take a wooden paddle and hold it against the bottom of the foot of the goblet, so it's nice and flat and will sit nicely on the table. Now in the center, we're going to transfer the stem and the foot to a second steel rod called the punty. P-U-N-T-Y. Nick in the center in the black shirt has the punty. He brings it to Ben. Ben attaches it to the bottom of the goblet. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. And now it's held from the bottom. We can now attach a bowl to the top. We made the bowls earlier in the day. This part here, they're sitting in that silver oven called the garage, staying warm. And now we're going to pull one out and stick it on top of this stem. The assembly of the goblet happens quite quickly. Ben will sit down at the workbench. Nick will come over with a little dab of molten glass, followed closely by Sarah with the bowl. The little dab of molten glass will, in effect, glue the two parts together. We call it the glue bit. So Now Ben's going to sit down at the workbench. Nick's going to come over with the molten glass. Ben will wind on just the tiniest little dab. And Sarah comes over with the bowl. And our goblet is assembled. We'll heat it up a couple of more times. Just make sure that everything's on there straight. And then we'll put it in our annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We'll put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the goblet itself. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap will release it. Sarah will take it over to our annealing oven, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Anybody have any questions? Do you guys have any questions? Not significantly. Not significantly, no. There's two different kinds of ovens. There's the glass furnaces where we keep the melted glass. Those are the ones with the doors closed. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the oven looks like inside. It's a big ceramic pot with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in it. There's two of those, one on each side of the studio. And then there's the glory holes. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? Those are the round ovens with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. The rods don't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe. If they do get too hot, we have this gadget over here called the pipe cooler. We just lay the pipe in the trough and spray water on it. That cools it down. You guys have any questions? Okay. So in the center, Ben in the gray shirt is starting the stem of the goblet. He's taken clear glass from the furnace, rolled it in little chips of this kind of amber glass. We're going to melt them on, and that'll give them the amber color that you see here in the stem. In the center, Ben is forming the stem of the goblet. The bench on the far left, that's Ethan Stern. He's going to be making his sculptures here tomorrow. And he's doing some prep work, making these things we call color cups, which is going to enable him to layer different colors and patterns. In the center, we're about to assemble another goblet. We're going to transfer the stem and the foot to another steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. Nick in the black shirt bringing the punty. We'll put the color cup in the annealer where it'll be cooled slowly overnight.
You got some stickers for me? Yes, please. Yeah.
Gotta have a goblet.
Yeah, thanks, Walt.
Well, it really doesn't that much. It's supposed to be, the whole room's supposed to act like a giant chimney. So there's a natural updraft, take the heat and smoke away from all those furnaces. Before this building was here, there were a number of sawmills all along this waterway. And the sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from their sawmills for power. When the architect saw old pictures of this waterway, he saw the big metal cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. So in the center, the goblet is done. We'll take it off the metal rod and place it in an annealer, a big black oven, which will cool it down very slowly overnight. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. We're going to take an hour lunch. We'll be back in an hour. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer. Yes.
It looks like a lubricant that they use on the tools. What sort of material is that?
What? I don't understand.
There's a around like a lubricant.
This? That's beeswax. That's the jacks, the big metal tongs, we lubricate them with beeswax. We get the blades hot, and we rub them against that block of beeswax to lubricate them. So it slides easier against the glass. No, we only recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste because the oven where we melt it is all clear, and we can't throw blue and green and red in there. Yes. We toss it. I could lie to you. We've tried. We've tried to get people to come in and pick them up for art projects and stuff. Everybody's flaked out. So I could lie to you and tell you we do something with them, but we don't. I said I could lie to you and tell you that we do something with them, but we don't. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we're going to have two things going on. On the workbench on the far left, that's Ethan Stern. He's a local, well, not really local, Los Angeles artist that's rented part of our shop to do some preparation for his sculptures. He's going to be making his sculptures tomorrow. So we're going to be just making what's called color cups. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. And when we want to layer different colors or different patterns, we make what looks like a little bowl. We call it the color cup. And we can drop another bubble inside with a different color, a different pattern. And we can, when we blow the bubble up inside the open one, and then the two are fused together, and we've layered colors or patterns or whatever. So Ethan is making these color cups, which we're going to use tomorrow. In the center workbench, the guys are not out yet, but we'll be making these goblets that you see here. Each year, our team of glassblowers designs a goblet and a matching decanter. We make a limited edition. We make 50 of the goblets and 35 of the decanters, and then we'll never make that design again. We can put, could we put up some, oh, there they are, look. So if you look up on the big screen, those are designs from past years. So our big fundraiser, the Red Hot Gala, is going to be September 21st here at the museum. And it's an elaborate dinner and art auction. And all the proceeds go to keep the museum open. We put up How Hot Is It? So if you're curious about the different temperatures of the different equipment, it's all up there in that chart. The white numbers are Fahrenheit, the orange numbers are Celsius. Everything that we make here starts out in our glass furnaces. We have two glass furnaces, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So these are the machines where you see the door closed, where Courtney just went. And that's what they look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes. Those are called blowpipes. And we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and just keep building up the glass in layers. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Has anybody got any questions? So now Courtney, in the long beard, is heating up that glass. And the opening is small. We're going to make it bigger by pressing on the inside with the jacks. So now Ethan's pressing on the inside of that opening. The glass is hot and soft and makes the opening bigger. Ethan Stern, our guest artist, is putting the finishing touches on the color cup. Now the color cup is finished. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in our oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. A little water, a little tap, and off it comes. And into our annealer to cool slowly overnight. So Mr. Stern will be using these color cups tomorrow to make layers of color in his sculptures. Anybody have any questions? What? Things on the wall. The big black ovens? Yeah, that's an annealer also. These are both the same machine, just different shapes and sizes. They're basically electric kilns, and they have a little computerized thermostat so we can program it to come turn down very slowly overnight. Yes, they would break. If we just made something like this, put it on the table, walked away, it would break. Depends. Sometimes it'll break explosively. Sometimes it'll just like clink, fall over. Over on the right, Ethan has gotten some glass out of the furnace. All the glass in the furnaces are clear. In the center bench, we're going to blow some tumblers. We have a new tumbler mold, which we're trying out, and different colored crushed glass called frit. And we're going to try some color combinations and make some tumblers with that. Anybody have any questions? guys. Any questions? So Courtney, the man with the long beard, has our pattern of stripes laid out on a ceramic plate. The tool he's holding is called the pastorale. It's got a ceramic plate on the end, and on that ceramic plate are individual rods of colored glass called cane, C-A-N-E. And each cane is going to become one stripe in the final piece. We put up picking up cane on a bubble. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we're going to blow a bubble of clear glass. We're going to roll it over our stripe pattern. The stripe pattern will stick to the bubble. When we put it in the fire, the stripe pattern will melt, and each rod will become one stripe in the final piece. The mold we're using for making these tumblers is made out of wood. It's kept wet. As long as the wood is wet, the mold doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So Ethan's running over to the bench on the left. He's going to roll that bubble over the rods of colored glass. They'll stick to the surface, and he'll melt them in. Ethan is working those rods into the surface to become stripes. Your friend, is somebody own it, or you rent them, or?
Yeah, we just rented them for like 2 hours. So fun.
So now Ethan is rolling the glass against the steel table, and he's letting it drag. And the reason he's letting it drag is he wants the stripes to twist. When they melted in, they were straight up and down, and now he's twisting that bubble so the stripes spiral around instead of straight up and down. Anybody got any questions? Mr. Stern, Mr. Ethan Stern. He's leading the team over on the far left. He's going to be our guest artist. He's renting our studio to make some commissions that he has. And there'll be this work that we're doing today is in preparation for making his sculptures. Ethan is a very talented engraver. After he makes these bubbles with multiple color layers, he carves back through them to make his design. take that tumbler off the metal rod. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And carry it to the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. No, we're doing something else for a minute. We're blowing some tumblers. We will be doing this. For our fundraising dinner. We have a special big dinner once a year, and we make special glass. This is sold at that dinner.
Just came here. So he's an artist and he comes here to kind of like learn more techniques, or how does it work?
No, it's not a school.
Okay. Oh, okay.
He came here. He has a commission to make certain sculptures.
Oh, okay.
So he's renting our studio to make those sculptures.
Okay, so artists come here and rent kind of
Some, that's one of the things we do.
Okay.
Yeah. We do all sorts of things.
Okay.
Right now he's doing a lot of preparation work for tomorrow when he's really going to make the actual sculpture.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing you also glass as well?
Used to.
What's your name?
Walter. And you are?
Estefania.
Estefania?
Estefania, yeah.
Okay. I think I got that mostly.
I'm Sean. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Sean.
Very
You
interesting.
say you're not from here. Where are you from?
El Paso, Texas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Came to visit kind of Seattle, Tacoma area for about a week or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Friends, relatives?
She has family here. Yeah.
Up and coming little town.
I enjoy it. It's awesome.
I'll tell you. See that guy? Tall guy in a gray shirt? He was a guest judge on season 4, episode 6. And they gave him a challenge to make the glass with their children's drawings. Yeah. Well, that's something we've been doing here for 20 years. With our consent.
Yeah.
But anyway, Now Ben is stretching out the glass at the top of our bubble. The glass at the top is always a little thick. We often have to stretch it out and trim some of it off to get a nice thin edge to drink it. So we'll take the bubble off the metal rod. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. We'll take it to our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So Ethan's putting the finishing touches on his color cup. We're going to use that tomorrow to make a layer of stripes on a sculpture that he's going to create. Carly has put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealer. The gloves that she's wearing are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When she grabs that color cup, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in our annealer where it'll be slowly cooled overnight. They're cool slowly overnight. Mm-hmm. Yes, on purpose. Overnight. If we just made these things and put them on a table and let them cool on their own, they would break. Nope. Two 2002. overlay. Yeah, just and that'll go inside the cane cup. in the center bench, Ben in the gray shirt is making tumblers blown into a wooden mold. Over in the left, Ethan Stern is working on bubbles of different colors that we're going to use to layer for his sculptures. So on this bubble that Ethan's working now, we put two different colors, a black and a white. Black over the white. In the center bench, we're making tumblers. We're going to trim some of the thick glass off the top. Hi, how are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Good. 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes. Natural gas and forced air. To be eight what? Oh, yeah. Oh, we cooking these. Actually, the glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, they make great steaks. Because it sears the outside and keeps all the juices in. So most of the colors of glass come from different metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Most of the colorants are metals, not all of them. So cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a ruby red. So Nick is bringing some colored glass to Ben. We're going to wind on a little crazy stripe. So in the center, Ben is getting ready to blow into the mold. He's pre-shaped the bubble so it'll go into the mold evenly. The mold is made out of wood and is stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is damp, the mold doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Over on the left, Ethan Stern, our guest artist, is going to be doing what's called stuffing a color cup. Stuffing a color cup is a way of layering different colors or patterns. If you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. The bubble marked inside color is the one that Ethan is making now. The one that's marked color cup is in this oven over here. I'm going to stuff Ethan's bubble inside the color cup. We're blowing into a small tumbler mold. The mold is made out of wood. It's kept wet all the time. It lives in a bucket of water. And if we do it right, dropping the bubble into the mold. The mold is wood, it's wet. We blow and spin. We're spinning so that we don't get a line where the two halves of the mold separate. So we're going to transfer the tumbler from the rods on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. This is in the center workshop, center workbench. Nick's coming over with the punty. Attach it to the bottom of the tumbler. It will break the tumbler away from the original pipe. Over on the bench on the far left, Ethan Stern, our guest artist, is making a bubble that has 3 separate layers of color: white, black, and stripes. And we're going to use it to make his sculptures tomorrow. So we're going to make this bubble with the multiple layers of color into yet another color cup. And this will be, all these colors will be on the outside of the bubble. And Mr. Stern will carve through those outside colors to make his designs. Dropping the bubble into our mold. Blow and turn. Mold is damp, so you can hear that little sizzling. That's the dampness evaporating in the mold. In the center, Ben is blocking the glass. He's using a tool called the blocks to shape it. It's made out of wood, stored in a bucket of water. In the center, Ben is preparing the bubble for the tumbler mold. So we're going into the mold. We'll blow and spin. We want to spin so that we don't get a parting line where the two halves of the mold connect. So our color cups are in this oven over here. Been making them all day long. We're going to add another layer of color by blowing another bubble inside them. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So stuffing a color cup is a very common way of layering colors or patterns. So we make what looks like a little bowl. It's called the color cup. And then we drop another bubble inside with a different color, different pattern. When the two are united, then we can blow that up into any shape we want. Anybody have any questions? Yes. It depends. It very much depends on the individual. It's like learning an instrument or a sport. You know, some people take to it right away. Some people never figure it out. Just give you a sort of a ballparky thing, I'd say after a year, you're functional. After 5 years, you think you're good. After 10 years, you really are good. We make everything under the sun. We make sculptures from kids' drawings. We make corporate awards. We have visiting artists come from all over the world, and we work with them to make their sculptures. We just make almost anything you can imagine. It depends what you're doing. I mean, the blowing part of it, the part that happens in this shop now, it's usually not more than several hours, but there can be engraving or painting or cutting it up and gluing it. It can be all sorts of things that happen to it later. So all these stuffing color cups that we're doing today are all for some sculptures we're going to make tomorrow. In the center, we're making some tumblers. We have a new tumbler mold. We're trying it out with various decorations. Ben, sitting at the center workbench, is preparing the bubble to go into the tumbler mold. Ben's blowing into the mold. You can see the steam coming out the sides. The mold is used wet. For those of you who haven't been here before, give you just a quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic tank. In that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes everyone has, and we dip it in the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or the third time. And we just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colors separately. We buy it in various forms. We buy it in bars. We buy it in chips. We buy it in powders. We blow a bubble of clear glass from our furnace, and then we coat it with the colored glass. We have a little video, can show you how we do that. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
drop the blob of white onto the clear bubble. Now we're going to smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. Does anybody have any questions? In the center, we're making tumblers. Nick's coming over with a little colored glass to make some stripes. We'll melt those in. The round oven that he's heating up the glass in is called the Glory Hole. Runs on natural gas and forced air. And we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit.
How long are these guys engaged with the museum? Yeah, I mean, are they
How long do they work here?
Yeah. Are they full time?
22 years. Nick, probably about 15 years. Sarah, 23. No, Sarah's about 17 years. Wow. We don't have much turnover.
Do you ever bring in interns or just little?
Yeah, we have interns. Yeah. We don't have like an ongoing program. Just because you intern doesn't mean you're working.
Are they producing commercial work or art pieces or exercise?
Art pieces over here. Stuff for the store over here.
Oh, sweet.
We got a new tumbler mold. We're making some tumblers.
So the primary outlet for their commercial work is the store.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really look at this like a business. Although we do sell stuff. If this was a business, it would be a terrible business. So we're more interested in you seeing interesting things made with the glass, learning about the processes, seeing how different artists treat it. We do, raise money, but if money was the main driver, we'd be doing things very differently. It helps. Doesn't really pay all our bills. So in the center, that's Ben Cobb in the gray shirt. He's preparing a bubble to go into our mold to make a tumbler. We have a new tumbler mold. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the mold doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. We'll close the mold around the bubble, and now Ben will blow and turn. If he doesn't turn, then the glass will make a mark where the two halves of the mold meet. But if we spin it as we blow it, there'll be no marks. Over here on the left, we have Ethan Stern, an artist from Los Angeles. And he's doing some preparatory work for some sculptures that he's going to make tomorrow. He's layering colors through a process called stuffing a color cup. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So we make these bubbles that look like kind of little bowls, and then we make another bubble of a different color, different pattern. We drop it inside and blow, and then the two colors are layered. So for Mr. Stern's starters that he's going to make for tomorrow, we stuff these things twice. So we made a big color cup with a striped pattern on it. Then we made another cup with black and white bubble, black over white. And then we're going to stuff the black and white bubble into the striped bubble. And we'll make another color cup out of that. Basically, it's just putting one bubble inside the other to layer the colors. When we've got all the colors layered, then we'll blow it up to its full size and shape. We always blow it with our breath. No. No, just blowing air. The color in glass comes mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. Nope, the only thing we do when we blow it up, it's just like blowing a balloon. Yes, it's usually something like cobalt oxide or cobalt carbonate, usually some compound form of cobalt. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. You mean, can we put up picking up a cane on a collar? On a collar? Not collar. Picking up cane on a bubble, sorry. So if you look up there, we have a little drawing. And so canes are just rods of colored glass. And if we want to make a striped pattern, we lay out our striped pattern on a ceramic plate. We heat it up. We heat it up till it's soft enough that all the little rods stick together. Then we take a clear bubble and we roll it over those rods. The rods stick to the surface of the clear bubble. We melt them in, and then we have a striped bubble. So it's called picking up cane on a bubble. Cane is the name for the little rods of colored glass. So each one of these will become a stripe. They melt right in there. That's the whole purpose. If you look at the pieces on the balcony, those are also done with cane, and you can see all the little intricate patterns. Each stripe in the intricate pattern started out as one of these rods called a cane. We play the pulling cane video. So Ethan is stuffing a color cup in that oven. So he put his bubble inside the kind of open bowl. And so now the two bubbles are joined and the colors are overlaid. Do you guys have any more questions? What? Well, thank you. Thank you. We want you to understand it. You can't, it's not obvious looking at this stuff what's going on. Somebody has to tell you. Yes. Yeah, if you want to get it in there, you need one end open. Yeah, can we put up stuffing with color cup again? It can. I don't know. This is what we're talking about up on the big screen when we talk about stuffing a color. No, it's open at the top. They make what looks like a little bowl. Then they make another bubble that's smaller, drop it inside, and blow, and it fills up the bigger bubble. So, so what we're making at the center bench is called a supio. We put up the supio drawing. We put up the supio drawing. So whenever we're going to make a bunch of things that are the same color or the same pattern, in order to make things go faster, instead of coating it with color each time or making the pattern over and over again, we make one long tube that has the proper color or patterns in it, and we cut it up into little sections, and we use each section to make one of the objects. So for these goblets, we're going to cut the sections up. We'll cut some longer sections to make the bowls, some shorter sections to make the feet. We'll put them in this silver oven over here, keep warm, and then one by one, we'll take them out and make an object with them. So this, the thing that Ben is making right now on the center bench, this is going to be the long bubble that we cut up. We've coated it with colored glass, this kind of blue-green. Now we're going to put a little clear glass on the outside, and we'll make a big long bubble. Every once in a while, these steel pipes get hot. When they do, we take them over to that trough. We spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. glass is hot and soft, you can let it stretch under its own weight. Just by pointing it down at an angle, the bubble will stretch. Ben is shaping the bubble using a pad of wet newspaper. Ordinary newspaper folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. We'll bust open the pointy part. That'll leave us a little hole. And we can open that up and start to cut off this section. So we're going to break off that section. Nick is going to carry it to the garage, where it'll be kept warm. Break off a second section. Put it in the garage. Just heads up, it's 4:55. Museum closes in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bid you a fond farewell. Thank you so much for coming. The museum is officially closed.